Around the cave. They were using sound to lure the Crabbles out. Let's see here. Generator's back on. Power up that phonotron, would you? Should cause enough ruckus to make the skeleton come out and play.
And what am I supposed to do? Just stand around and look pretty?
Well, if the commander's keen to share, you can press the button too. Wouldn't want you feeling left out.
Ready to waste it on your command.
Looking a little woozy there, Commander. Make it easy for us. Watch yourself. Commander, you're bleeding. How's he still standing?
Help, Commander. Do you have it? Well, give me in. Help me out.
Almost got it. Don't let up.
Back again? I hope the hunting has gone well.
Now we know what happened to these scientists. Skeletons. And that must be the machinery Doc mentioned.
Over here, Commander.
Huh. Seems this terminal reroutes power to speakers around the cave. They were using sound to lure the Crabbles out. Let's see here. Generator's back on. Power up that phonotron, would you? Should cause enough ruckus to make the skeleton come out and play.
And what am I supposed to do? Just stand around and look pretty?
Well, if the commander's keen to share, you can press the button too. Wouldn't want you feeling left out. down. Nice work. Mind bringing it over here so I can take a gander? Muscular reticulation still... Yeah, this'll do just fine. Shame about all the scientists, though. Was hoping this wouldn't be too steep a price. Yeah, this phonotron had been programmed to imitate a Crabble's calls during mating season. Quite effectively grabs their attention, but it also, has them raring for a fight. If you're sending out a formal invitation for trouble, you best be prepared to receive it. Anyway, don't ask me how I know about Crabble mating behaviors. Listen here. I'm not some kind of enthusiast for Crabble mating rituals. I'm observant. I've taken a shine to biology. And I've seen much on this damn island already. If you still got some hunting you, that Rabdodon matriarch's on the loose. Her den's not far from the Vox Relay up north. Elsewise, we head back to Fairfield and speak to Doc Tinsley. North it is.
Captain, have we truly certified that all in our midst are suited for this mission? It would be most disheartening were any of us to bear reservations.
If you take issue with my presence, speak plainly. My loved one's deeds bear no influence on my own.
Your loved ones, Juan? Once a loved one of mine became a traitor, I would no longer refer to them thusly. Unless you still harbor feelings.
Enough! Your sniping discredits you both. Wardens must speak through action. Move out!
Yeah. Armed and ready.
I'd heard tale of those war-bred monstrosities, but this facility is overrun. We must pull back. Return with no less than a support battery.
Wardens do not retreat, nor take any ignoble action. I shall excuse your cowardice by way of shock. Whether we are destined to succeed or die, we shall do what is required of us. We will not falter. Marchand, make a duplicate of our field recording. In the event we don't survive.
Guns cocked and loaded. Just get the signal.
Lay low, Commander. Next order.
The gunfire has ceased. Is there any way Ames and Marchand could have...
I'm sorry, LaRue. They died in the service of the Protectorate. Stop.
Looks like a fight.
Yeah. Lift should be here soon.
Nothing is ever simple. Damn lift. I could climb up the shaft faster than this.
I'd like to have a word with whoever's in charge of maintenance around here. Right after we deal with these rats.
Finally. Anything else the universe wants to throw at us while we're here?
Greetings, Juan. I have suffered grievous wounds. At least one of my lungs meets the open air. LaRue fell swiftly. Screamed for me to help, but if I had remained to aid her, the mission would be at its end. The mission which is now doomed regardless. I arrived here to find the controls non-functional. Since my weapon delivers magnetically contained electric charges, I inserted it into a conduit, hoping it would spring to life. But the power controls have deteriorated. I wish I could admit relief. But in my heart of hearts, I wished my love to live. Despite her traitorism. My darling, I am sorry. But were you here, I would use the last of my strength to slay you. Our feelings are not even a candle to the incandescent love of the Sovereign. Our blood, my blood, for the Protectorate. Signing off.
Raptidons. They know.
Give the order, and I'll take care of them, Commander.
Time to earn my commission. Commander, you're bleeding.
Supply pods? Sir, why would... By the matriarch. What are those? Open fire! Sound off! Who's still upright? Wait, there's more! Why are they just standing there? They spit acid! Take cover! Pen! Get back here! Traitor! Shit! Shit!
Can't have our fearless leader firing on him. Let's get the prep.
Raptidon tracks. Deep in the earth. Our matriarch's got some weight in her step.
Liquidate 'em!
You finally arrived. Indeed. That seems to be... I mistook you for a different individual. You have my apologies. Military personnel, and as...
I ended my
And as a loyal subject, it is my honor to continue to perform my assignment as per my orders, even if the duration of my assignment here has been considerable. However, additionally, it would do my heart some good to know that my war... Hello again. Hello again.
There you are. Beginning to wonder. Finally! This any way to treat the sole graduate of Ant after I'm worn thin, shaky on my land legs after that raft trip, but otherwise raring for my reward. You're not from Product and Vision. Been doing it. Even that self-promoter Cutshall. Self-demoted to the briny deep after he slipped off his rubbish raft. I don't know. Several? No.
Help you?
Let me know when you need a stretch.
Influences. It is the duty of every...
Plus customers.
know when you needed it.
Halt! Don't come any closer. Relax. Huh? What's that noise? Thank you for saving me. From what Briggs has told me, that's two we owe you now. Of course. Sorry to have been a burden. Please take the...
Time to earn.
That was a close one. Thank the Sovereign.
It's a brawl. You're looking
You've saved me twice now. It's not much.
Looking a little woozy there, Commander. Layla?
Ready to waste it on your command.
Disruptive
Improving position.
Idlers and freeloaders in our midst. Sensible. We pulled a good, but look alive, Commander.
Back to it. Disruptive influence. Hey now, investigating hostile act. Don't like the...
Personal audio log, Sergeant Bornsworth. We've been deployed to deal with a new living weapon fielded by Auntie's forces. The previous squad was unprepared for this threat and was consequently torn asunder. Command's intel could never be so lacking as to allow this to occur. So why? They were lulling Auntie's choice into a false sense of security before launching counteroffensive teams. This will undoubtedly save far more lives than it cost. Another stroke of genius from Command. Praise the matriarch. Sergeant Bornsworth, signing off.
Let this log serve as a record of the fact that Sentry's first-class Briggs and Jakes are both still loyal to the Protectorate and the Sovereign, despite their acts of desertion. The mental state of Brigadier Montelli has been rapidly degrading over the past few months, and the Vox relay station is no longer safe for even the most loyal subjects. Initially, we assumed he was simply being overly cautious by increasing base security beyond the standards that are required by regulations. Unnecessary, but commendable. This quickly devolved into lashing out, seemingly at random. Finally, he started purging the traitors from our ranks. Any infraction, real or imagined, is now seen as an act of treason and deemed grounds for immediate execution. We could no longer live under the abuse of the paradigm. This may make us traitors in the eyes of our superiors, but we will return to be judged when sanity has returned to the Vox relay station.
Looks like a fight.
Not getting up without help, Commander. Being this close anyway. Need something, Commander? Knew you. Get the signal.
Vitals looking a mite marginal to me.
They did me in. Help me out.
Way low, Commander. Vitals looking a mite marginal, Commander.
Knew you had my back.
Hear that? It's challenging us. Let me Keep howling. We're coming for you. Commander, you're bleeding. Matriarch's here, all right. Let's put our heads together. See these half-eaten remains? They're a sign. Matriarchs lose their appetite when they're on the verge of going into a state of torpor. She'll have retreated into hiding to conserve her energy. But I got one way to get her attention. Hey, if I don't celebrate my own strength, you know how Doc mentioned fair. The matriarch with 3 full stomachs ain't coming out of hibernation unless she senses a ain't. If I can't. Any other questions, or are you ready to meet this matriarch? I'm eager. All right. It's a bro. Pretty skate, Commander. I do.
Ready to wait on your command.
Here, all right. Let's put our heads together. See these she'll have retreated into hiding to conserve her energy. Cute. You know how the matriarch with 3 full stomachs ain't coming out of hibernation unless she. If I can't. Any other questions, or are you? All right. Looks like a fight.
Commander, watch your vital.
We should harvest a limb from the matriarch while the body's still warm. Huh. This drainage pipe must be coming right from the Vox relay. They're lucky the rats ain't chewed their way through yet.
Everyone knows the paradigm epitomizes.
Take the pressure off with Anti-Fizzos, bottled under more than 3 atmospheres of pressure.
I've been bartering with the defectors. Traded one force rocket for a whole tin of prestige force flow. Straight up.
I ain't even close to hitting rock bottom yet.
Yeah, been gone a while. How'd it go? Tell me you got good news. Why, that's terrible. But you said you have the schematics? Yeah, I'll take those. What? Sovereign's finest potato corollary peeler? This was supposed to be a guaranteed bestseller. Who in their right mind would... Jackson, you idiot! Ah! It's a good thing he's dead, because if he wasn't, I'd kill him! There's no... God damn it! I'm never getting that promotion. This was supposed to be my... tell me, did you come across any other advanced protectorate technology while you were there? Anything more, well, easily marketable? Personal thruster? Well, in the unlikely event things somehow pan out and I get that big promotion, I'll...
Welcome, welcome. How can I improve your day the Auntie's way? I'm sure you... Welcome. See anything you like?
Back again? I hope the hunting has gone well. What can I do for you? I'm unused to the way things are done here. One wishes to woo Protectorate subjects to our rank. I see. It takes great... Or perhaps he will manage to prove me wrong. Very well. I ought to focus more on my work than on social tensions. In theory, they'll be trusted to guard our most precious assets, including our leadership. For now, they deter encroachment from wild raptidons. Trust me, I would not be here if this experiment... Back again? I hope the hunting... Certainly, if you've procured the right...
I'm gonna assume Crabble Butter's especially smooth. The material and the part from the raptid... I believe either option would suit me fine. Care to share your thoughts?
Just... Back again? I hope the hunting has gone well. So you...
The material we harvested from, and the part from the Raptidon matriarch should let me camouflage myself at will, like other Raps can. I'd be able to close the distance and heal you up without the enemy noticing. I believe either option would suit me fine. Care to share your thoughts? Then I will. And you know what? This makes me the first of Auntie's soldiers to graft with the skeleton's claw. I rather like the thought of If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and take this spare part off your hands for my own research.
Oh, the skeleton crabble will be a splendid match for you, Inez. Go on now. Get sorted while I get this machine up and running. Mind the Raptidon drool on the table. No need to be nervous. I promise. Oh, now that is genius. I have just what we need. Let's see. A bit of medicinal extract in here. Mix that up with the inhaler. And here we are. Breathe deeply, dear. This should put your mind at ease.
Is this spearmint flavored? Why, Doc Tinsley, you think of everything.
Enough distractions, please. I need the utmost focus for my work. This is beautiful work. My best yet. How does the limb feel, Inez? Any numbness? Pain?
Yeah, both. Body's not accustomed to the presence of another limb. Feels like I've got an extra passenger in my nervous system. But it certainly beats feeling like I'm bleeding on the inside. Or fighting the urge to feast on raw human flesh. Like last time.
Well, I'll certainly be having words with that surgeon, leaving you in a state like that. Now, you come back straight away if anything bothers you.
Will do, Doc. I thank you. And you, Commander, without your help, I don't know what I might have done. Whatever you need going forward, I'm there. You got my word. I feel strange. I'd say this officially puts me back in full fighting form. If you ever thought I might slow you down, you can give those fears a kiss goodnight. Rather kind of you to say, but we both know you can keep pace with just, I plan on proving my worth to you and to Auntie, no matter what it takes. Well, then I guess I ought to open the eyes of those who don't quite see it that way yet. I appreciate you hearing me out. We should move on.
What can I do for you this time? I knew Dr. Bryant would come through for us, that she'd prove her worth, seeing as you're the only one trained in the use of that gadget. Make your way inside the repair hangar and find the control terminal. And be careful with that terminal. We don't want the situation getting any worse. Don't worry about it yet. That should... But that...
Yeah.
Guards cocked and loaded. Let's give the thick.
I can see the door, but ain't no way to reach it from here. Guess we'll have to take the long way around. Give the order and I'll take care of him, Commander.
Lay low, Commander. Heading forward.
Outsider, need of guidance.
Real glad you found a way to mitigate the destruction. Without the real sound, and as you've seen, that kind of loyalty can pose a real problem to everyone else. But we'll track her.
What can I do for you this time? At last, the tide is shifting. Today, we fix our automechanical. You've done us a great We confiscated them from the corpses of the scouts who attempted to infiltrate this facility a few weeks back. Perhaps you're right. Now I can show.
choose just any choice when you could choose Auntie's choice? Remember,
You know, I can't recall seeing any of these protectorate types ever run a scheme on each other.
We all saw that comm station blast off, but I just happened to know that it exploded up there in orbit. I might be willing to share this tidbit if we can make a deal. All eyes were on that protectorate state. Someday, told them, oh, now, don't go into that cheap saloon if you got a lick of gumption. They got no tolerance for it. Why do you think I'm out here? Has nothing to do with my current and very temporary shortage of funds.
Whether it's an orifice or a face, Auntie's choice makes a cream for it. You want freedom of choice. You want Auntie's choice. Give Auntie 2 bits, and she'll give you some new glitz. Give Auntie 5 bits, and she'll give you a facial spritz. You can't spell heinous ascetic without Auntie's choice. Auntie's choice knows that a better you is just 3 pills and an ointment away. Why choose just any choice when you could choose Auntie's choice? Introducing
was even the slightest scintilla of success so elusive. Is it my destiny to fail?
How about I do my job and you do whatever it is you do?
Did you hear? The Vox relay has launched into the stratosphere. We are beyond fortunate that no one was injured. Aside from those in the relay itself, I suppose. I knew you'd come back once you'd had a little time to ruminate. Now, your task deals not with the town itself, but converting Westport's subjects will teach us much about the Protectorate mind. How it solves problems, what it desires. I've a kit of supplies to aid you, items to cajole or to dissuade. Sabotage the town or sway the citizenry. The choice is yours. Should pose no trouble for a go-getter like you. Westport represents a challenge. Fairfield citizenry were given ample incentive to, but the people of Westport are stubborn enough to risk death for their ideals and cannot be swayed by the lights of Fairfield. I cannot help these people achieve salvation until I know what it is they yearn. I say if the situation is serendipitous, so much. Some might slather on a bit of elbow grease and you'll axe with that. Now I'm well wonder no longer. For the completion of this deed, I'm prepared to offer you an exact replica of my one-of-a-kind, limited production, gentle person's Oxonian. I don't think you understand. I've grown attached to this one and would very well. You succeed in the conversion of Westport, and I will supply. Then be forewarned. I can only guess at the needs of the denizens of Westport. You must engage with them, gauge their situation. Only then can you motivate them adequately. Do I look like Officer Carr to you? Guns.
You are the raw material for perfection. From the lowliest subject to the most exalted vigilant, we must all fulfill our duty to the Protectorate.
I hear correctly that you brought us automech parts? Why,
Exciting
thank you
news!
kindly,
The
outsider.
Vigilance sent that outsider to collect automech parts for us.
You've returned. Hello again. Here to help? Or just being friendly? Oh, no thank you. From what I've heard...
My extra parts aren't side effects. That's your implication. And anyhow, I should think some minor side effects would be preferable to dying.
Honestly? Guess outsiders aren't all just... This is a good start, but I fear it won't last long. Wouldn't happen to know a reliable means to procure more, would you? Oh. They'd just take us all in? Provide us with all the food and medicine and housing we'd ask for, would they? Doesn't align with how I've heard them depicted on the wireless. This is dangerous talk, friend. The abandoned section of Westport ought to have some supplies. Should be enough medicaments down there to help our injured survive the trip to Fairfield. It's perilous, though. Well now, that should do nicely. Thank you. Hope those Crabbles didn't give you too much trouble. I recognize these patients require more care than I'm able to provide here. The one last additional thing we'll need is for Vigilant Hogarth to agree to it. It's less a concern about... I'll surely have my hands full with my patients. His presence on the journey would save lives. All right.
Has the Sovereign said how many of those pills were each allowed? Imperfect thoughts sure can be invasive.
Stranger,
Prudence dictates we maintain sufficient zeal at all times.
Outsider?
We have everything we
Ah, the itinerant stranger returns.
to rightly appreciate it all and thank the sovereign.
Nobody needs go anywhere. Not when we can still save Westport. We of the... It'd have to be catastrophically obvious this place was doomed, and incontrovertibly beyond my means to save it, before I'd even consider such a recourse.
The matriarch chose Eden because she recognized it
When I look outside, I have our... But I... Farewell.
native flora and fauna, the pleasant
Ah,
atmosphere
the itinerants...
and rich
You are the raw material for perfection. From the lowliest subject
Ah,
to the most...
the itinerant stranger returns.
fulfill our duty to the Protectorate. We're all in this together.
Ah, Nobody... It'd have to be catastrophically obvious this place was doomed. When I look out, I have our... But I... Farewell.
as the perfect ecosystem. And native flora and fauna, the pleasant atmosphere,
Outsider?
rich natural resources represent a
Stranger?
produces glorious bounty for all. Naturally,
The matriarch and sovereign chose Eden, the perfect...
Did you hear? They're letting anyone who wants to train at Arbiter's facility.
Dr. Paradigm says we're to spend our lives in our predetermined profession.
That's why it's so generous of the Sovereign to let us become tiny pods.
Trust the plan, preserve set progress, sustain the system, serve the Sovereign.
A fine quote. My favorite is, we must rout all disruptive factors and invasive elements.
ran rampant. Depletion of resources and lack of community led to terrible suffering. Poor dears. Benevolent men, sovereign to guide them.
Yeah.
Full luxury the paradigm affords us.
Outsider. Ah, the itinerant straight.
The native flora and fauna, the pleasant atmosphere, and rich natural resources represent a fascinatingly complex ecological network to govern the major.
Salutations! This is TV Ministry to Fairfield. Special one-time free offer for all Protectorate subjects within and without earshot. What do I provide?
Greetings! However, I may offer you a limited initiate.
Select your assignment at birth? It's true. No computronic.
Can't say that voice sounds at all
Just as good.
familiar.
I, of course, never heard it before. Protectorate subjects now hiding
People have been complaining about those ads. Can't imagine telling Hogarth I'm leaving.
Stay true,
Believe
stay
outsider
true,
additionally
outsider.
traitorous once I met his gaze.
That vacuous cacophony sets. Ah, the itinerant stranger returns.
sample our unique brand of autonomous self-determination for yourselves. So, pack your bags.
What utter non. Do tend to dip. Last I checked, our infrastructure is still plugging away, and our people are too. Tell me what you. Excuse me, but that cacophony emanating from our loudspeakers can drive one to distraction. My people are prepared to die. As subjects of the Protectorate, ironic, my former subjects are free to live an empty life with Auntie's choice. Should I? Haven't I failed them enough for one lifetime? No. I will stay here and loyally await the judgment I richly deserve.
Intent on stealing the very bread off your plate. Tut tut. No. Nothing.
Adherents are expected to hold firm to the end. Such is the degree of our devotion.
They offer you direction, meaning, purpose. We say that's a fancy way of stating you're their slave. They say you're part of a community. We say.
You do make a unsure how I'll endure such an empty existence. Perhaps if I offer my old subjects periodic. All right then.
Suppose.
Galaxy, as the head of our corporation, I'm here to tell you personally. It's
Give Auntie 2 bits, and she'll give you some new glitz. Give Auntie 5 bits, and she'll give
Ever wonder if our assignment here will never end? Like, our employment contracts just keep renewing.
People think I got a jacket from the saloon because I'm 3 sheets to the wind. Maybe I am drunk.
You've lifted my spirits right out of their doldrums. Our new guests have just arrived. Here, a considerable reward for your considerable efforts. From the hushed grumblings of the refugees, I've gathered that you, perhaps aided Westport's departure into inhospitability. Sometimes the harshest moves are the most necessary. I've 2 minds about the convertees. Anyone with eyes can see they need guidance, but a pernicious system is not easily abandoned. Have you any thoughts? Trust will take time to build, time and patience. But that is an investment I am ready to make. You've given me a great deal to think about. I am in your debt. I cannot overstate what a capital compatriot you've been, my friend. Now be off. I've many refugees to see to. Now, should you ever find yourself visiting the ACS Undisputed Claim, do come see me. I've no doubt that when we next meet, I'll have risen 6 ranks, at least. Great. What's on your mind?
Did you know the speakers in the Get Up and Go Getter advertisements weren't real people? I mean, of course they're real, but in all honesty, everyone.
Of course. Toodle?
Ah, there you are. I was expecting you 4 minutes and 27 seconds ago. But never mind that. I have a missive for you. Highest priority. Recipient's eyes only. All I can tell you is that it is from Arcadia's most judicious custodians, the Order of the Ascendant. I am not privy to any information beyond that. Oh, they did also say it was important. I was tasked 6 months ago to deliver it to whomever ship was at this landing pad at this exact time. Well, for all other questions may be answered by viewing the missive, I expect. Farewell, and as they say...
Being this close to DeVries? Anyway. Need something, Commander? Oh, yeah? What's needling you?
When I first joined up, and it seems all of us were right. That relay ain't a threat anymore. But one thing I couldn't quite figure out all this time is what you were getting out of helping us. Uh-huh. I've heard that one before. Ain't had many dealings with the Earth Directorate myself. You're the first agent I ever met, in fact. But you get things done. I trust you. As for the rest of your organization, can't really say. They hate corporations, I've heard that much. But what about you? You buy into their policy too? No, I just... Look, I'm sorry. I ain't intending to get into any grievances here. Let's just say I'm a little dubious about the whole Keeping Corp. Ain't seen evidence of it yet. But maybe you're liable to prove me wrong. Anyhow, reckon we should keep... I'm glad those Protectorate folk wised up and went to Fairfield. Reckon the Vigilant will need some time to acclimate. But fine by me. How personal are we talking? See, our onboarders promised that if we demonstrated exceptionalism, showed initiative, that we'd get promoted quick. And our days of living in squalor would be far behind us. It ain't like they can't complain if where we're needed is in a trench staring down the barrels of a minigun. I reckon that's a difference in perspective. Oh, they didn't. The VPs set their own cans down. I don't know if I would have made it out alive without him. Maybe I'll tell him that over a beer one day. Better than I'd feared. Only had to bury 2 troopers and amputate 5 limbs. I'm thankful every day that the commander has your... But maybe could have been, under other circumstances. He almost... It was a rough few nights at first, knowing I couldn't help folk who needed it. And the reward for that torment was my life. I appreciate it. In any case, I'm only standing here because of a damn fine by me? If this new he didn't, but suppose if her treatment doesn't stick, then maybe it's my time to go. You can only cheat death so many times. You know that as well as I do. Oh, I couldn't even tell you. Can't say. I'd rather not dwell on those moments. Fine by me? They treated me better than my last employers did, and despite recent events, I believe in their mission. We can give folk here in Arcadia a better life. I'm well aware, Spratass. I see no reason. You can think what you like, but I ain't the only one who welcomed the chance to enlist with open arms, I'll tell you that. The same could happen here. Of course. Now, that takeover was the best thing that ever happened. Fine by me? Yeah, I want to say, but the Earth Directorate itself, it's got much to answer for. The Earth Directorate swore, but they never responded. Never showed up. Not when I was a child, certainly not by the time Auntie's Choice came around. You ask me, I know that. I see you doing... Look, I ain't holding you to... No matter how often I'm hit in the face with that fact, with you, with Ethel, nor do I. Fine by me? Not great. They're good. Said we'd all get burned if we put too much stock in the promises of this foreign corporation. But I'd rather take a risk on them than be resigned to how things were. Those of us at the bottom, only found, I missed most of my, of course that in Tau Ceti, if you couldn't work, you did. Last day, he was gone, that we never found. So if you're wondering why I still hold a candle for Auntie's it's been years now since I talked about it. He was a good man. Fine by me?
No offense to Val, but it's real nice having someone watching my back who ain't anyway. Need something, Commander? Oh yeah? What's needling you? Time to watch whatever it was the messenger had for us. Got Inez moved into Helen's old quarters. I figure, if anyone's unlikely to be vexed by finding fossilized purpleberry crumb, you think Helen would approve of us taking on a product pusher? Heard and acknowledged, Commander. Always up for a little back fence talk, though I'm guessing you can't. She still got more loyalty to Auntie. Sure thing. I trust you've got particulars in mind.
Updating ship roster to reminder. Earth Directorate agents are not allowed to participate. Furthermore, any opinions expressed in favor of product are the agent's own and do not reflect the opinion. This unit is available to answer any query. Which member of the Incognito would you like? Agent Ibarra has resumed regular exercise, and no verbal reminders were supplied. Agent Ibarra's lack of motion must be while for now. Trooper Sealong's over. This unit is ready to answer.
Greetings, Agent of the Earth Directorate. I am Ruth Bassar, presiding Bishop of the Order of the Ascendant. At this time, I can only presume you think us your enemy, directly responsible for your colleague Augustine DeVries' actions way back on Horizon Point. I assure you, we were not. A splinter group was behind that heresy. The collective of scientists and scholars I lead are committed to elevating humanity by pursuing a greater understanding of reality. I believe our goals are not incompatible. We both oppose the Protectorate, and we both wish to preserve Arcadia from ruin. We can help each other. I entreat you to speak with Abbot Newell. He can be found in Golden Ridge at Matriarch's Mercy. He will aid you in your mission, and hopefully, you will see fit to aid us in ours. Nav key coordinates to the Golden Ridge landing pad on Dorado are embedded in this message. Go forth as was determined, and may the plan guide you.
The Order of the Ascendant awaits us on Golden Ridge, Commander.
I'd say it's at least moderately concerning that the presiding bishop's agent knew when and where to find us. They can call it predict, but an invitation to parley ain't nothing to scoff at, considering. Anyway, was there something you needed, Commander? Oh, I see. You're here to gossip. All right, seems friendly enough. Though I reckon he's seen his fair share of...
It's not the worst, unless it's forced worst. Auntie Cleo and pals deep-fried sissy bits. Bet you can't eat just one.
So, how does Lizzie look? She looks fine.
I can hardly believe my... And I think she's taken a liking to you. Now, I don't have too many bits to pay you with, but this'll unlock that old safe in the house. Thanks again for saving baby Lucy. Now, be sure to give her lots of love. I don't rightly know what I'd do with myself if she'd have passed on.
sparring session. Get your gloves and warm up.
What? Again?
But I wouldn't give. Got something that needs doing, Commander?
Anyway, need something, Commander?
Chemicals and preservatives. Purple berry lunch. There's always time for purple berry lunch. Purple berry munch.
Commander, the nav key coordinates supplied by the presiding bishop of the Order have been verified. Landing in Golden Ridge is now possible. Additionally, we are also able to land in Free Market Station due to the Astrogator's progress with the updates necessitated by its rebuild. Free Market Station is an independent marketplace, the only one in the system. It is called such as it was built out of a crashed Auntie's Choice freighter by that name. Agent Ibarra prioritized your recovery above pursuing Agent DeVries. This involved disassembling and rebuilding the Astrogator to allow the Incognito to travel to your location. As the rebuilding process progresses, old nav keys may be unlocked. Unfortunately, most of them are likely not recoverable. Golden Ridge is located on Dorado. It is home to the Alexandra Monastery, and the Protectorate abandoned it soon after the invasion, leaving Auntie's Choice and the Order of the Ascendant to fight for control of the area and its resources. Awaiting order. How may this unit assist you?
Must be Matriarch's mercy. Sure think a lot of their royal family, don't they? Lord, damn, what was that? There ain't been active fighting here in I don't even know how long. We got bases down there. If one of them got hit, then that strike will be the first of many.
Your patience is commendable, passenger. Please continue waiting quietly until the next tram arrives. Thank you for picking up your personal belongings. We must all work together to keep Olin
This station must have really been something before the war made its home here. If things escalate, might never be something again.
Careful now. Oh, you sure haven't lost any of your boundless energy.
Looks like the second choice has got a new shipment of swill. Gave it a try. Needs some aging, but not too bad.
What? This place ain't half bad. I've been to seedier
Can't
underbellies.
chit-chat. I got a line on something big.
Do we know each other? Let's see
Sorry.
if we don't.
But loitering ain't my crime of choice. Ship protection for sale. Don't want to come back to a hole in your fuselage, do you?
Keep a low. Mind your own illicit business, and I'll mind mine.
My pa always told me not to do business with off-station folk, especially if they're heavily armed.
Keep an eye out for snitches. We got a good thing going here.
I was under the impression that Free Market Station was open to all. Why am I being accosted?
Free Market Station is open to all. Except spies. It's awful suspicious how you've been gallivanting about. Hope that wayward science type didn't disturb you much, friend. We have the station norm. Suppose all that.
Greetings. What am I saying? Of course you are. Please, do tell me anything you might know about the crash of the ACS Free Market. As an archivist, it's my duty to collect and record hitherto unrecorded You're correct. If some independent preservationist, converse with the locals, I'd ask about in the saloon and the bazaar. Both are places where gossip subros. Take a look.
Welcome to the true
Remember,
free market.
nothing's a crime if you never get
You mind
caught.
if I don't pay you no mind?
Buy from me and live to tell you. I'm telling me if I still got browse all you like. Everything I've got is fine. Just jesting. Although if you feel free to.
Blades, bludgeons, bombs, blunderbusses. We've got it all. Except that last one.
If you've a tooth pain, you know. If you're here about a toothache, you've come to the right place. If you're here bleeding from a dozen bullet wounds, I suppose I can help with that too. If you've wounds that need stitching or teeth that need scrutiny, I'm your doctor. Yes? Is this a problem? I'm the only doctor on Free Market Station. I think that excuses whatever quirks I might. Suffice it to say, I'm pleased. Medicaments. Stimulants, medicaments, drugs. Get your drugs here.
You know when you eat Sprite crisps, you're eating real
Protect your loved ones, protect yourself.
I feel I should address any allegations you may have heard regarding bloodstains on my inventory. Just means it's been well loved. Tell me what you need. Booming now. Used to be a few other armor shops. As it happened, it sure was a convenient whip. Exactly. Can do.
Unaware if all you like. My armor will keep you safe.
Buy from me and live to tell your fellows about my... Hey, you smell gunpowder? Browse all you like. Everything I've got is fine. But what I sell here, I wouldn't dare lump them in with mere weapons. These are finely tuned in. Weapons are passé. Feel free to go on. If it inflicts grievous bodily harm on other people, I've got it.
You need coveralls, we got coveralls. My folks, if you're in need of sprucing up the old wardrobe, I used to be, had a lot of, turned out to be generic clothes. I got rags. gear has the fewest holes instead of any clothes on station or your money back.
Meals currently sold with. Oh, welcome to our. What may this unit rehydrate for you? When last seen, Mr. Wenrich mentioned he always. Error. Road sales grandstanding. Wrong.
Anybody even listening to this? Let me sell you stuff?
Yeah, listen, I know I trust you'll appreciate my forthrightness and be all the more willing to buy from me. No. Ships decidedly ain't in my purview. You sure I can't interest you in some bric-a-brac instead of the... Great. Let's get back to... Hello once more. I guarantee you some of... Oh, I prefer to focus on the present. You can tell? Before supervisor saw her as a threat and demoted her to the end in Auntie's choice. My call... Well, just about everyone died. Anyway, Can we get back to subjects that aren't... Well, none taken. It'd be...
I'm beginning to reach the tail end of my patience. You will tell me the location of the broker.
Lad, you ain't got much of a concept of a deal, do you? You ain't got nothing to offer, and a threat is offering less than nothing.
You realize any other arbiter would have crushed you where you stand for obstruction of justice long before now? That I am flowing with magnanimity?
Can't say I know what that word means, but if you're inclined to keep threatening me, only thing gonna be flowing is your blood out your body. Sorry about our friend here. No matter how slow I talk, the words free market station is independent. What can I get you? Aside from irritating me, I've been making it my business not to know. We have free market state. He may stay so long as he doesn't cause real strife, but that's it. Always. For example, there's some kind of... Stranger, seen my fix?
You cannot dissuade an arbiter from their sovereign given duty, no matter how much of an irritant you may attempt to be. I came to meet with the
Even polite entreaties don't see most getting an invite to the broker, and you've been anything but.
Are you daft? Do you understand how...
You're just... No matter what this fella says, he's not gonna convince me to trust him. He's a walking security risk.
Hilarious.
That's funny. That's real funny. Takes a lot to set me smiling. Have a drink. I just had a thought. Might be something that needs looking into. Maybe something that would allow me to make an within the Golden Ridge locale on Dorado, there's a refugee camp. It's unassuming. They see to the few needs they have by working with the broker. But we ain't heard from them. Serves to reason something untoward may have transpired there. You see your way to looking into that, maybe we'll talk.
I do not take your speaking of me as some kind of feral canid lightly.
That's between them and Subro. Great.
I don't claim to be pleased with the circumstances surrounding this co-investigation, but perhaps we may surprise one another. I'm Arbiter Tristan Rao. When I was an apprentice, I shall meet you...
Nice day for shady dealings.
You strike me as the upstanding sort. Boss.
You realize I saw him, right?
Come now, Prospero, you've been on that stage hundreds of times. This perturbation looks bad on you, and you're not one for looking bad. terribly sorry you've got me ruminating. A man of my persuasion shouldn't stoop to such self-deprecation, especially in front of prospective customers. You've identified me properly. But information transference is the lifeblood of Free Market Station. I'm in. My resolve is uncharacteristically flagging. I find myself fixating on the most liquid courage, isn't it? You see, I can't just drink any. Now, if you'll.
You strike me as the upstanding sort.
Mind your own illicit
lost.
business, and I'll mind mine.
As it happens, standing in one place and focused. I've been better. I've been worse. Preparing for either extremity.
Greetings again. Libations or information? What's your poison? Oh, sure. No, I ain't got any fancy booze for our in-house. If you were running if their identities somehow got out.
I shall see you at the refugee camp. Hopefully they shan't be chagrined by my presence.
Get caught unawares all you like. My armor will keep you safe.
If it inflicts grievous bodily harm on other people, I've got it.
Tap here to acquire. Preparing. What may this unit rehydrate for you? Yes, Iceberg. Current customer is not Prosper Apollo. Unit cannot vend to current customer. Scanning and vending Iceberg aged whiskey complete. Thank you for your patronage. Error. Road sales grandstanding.
My gear has the fewest holes out of any closeout station. For your money back.
As it happens, standing in one place and focusing on not being nervous does not, in fact, help one not be nervous. My friend. Excellent. Thank you. Very well. You wish to know about the crash, yes? Are you prepared for a sordid tale of drama and woe? Everyone knows that the free market's captain was a hopeless romantic, especially disposed to giving too much of her heart to those inclined to break it. The final betrayal came from a dashing rogue smuggler who vanished with most of her bits. The good captain had about all she could endure. With nothing to live for, the aggrieved captain sent the free market into a suicidal tailspin. The crew attempted to wrest the controls from her to save them from their fate, but alas, too late. That's all I know. I thank you for your help once again, and now I must get ready for my set.
You just bought a shooter from not a weapons store, right? How's it treating you? It ain't.
Greetings. How has the data collection fared? Finally, a breakthrough. Let's hear it. How did the ACS free market meet its end? It sounds like Auntie's choice security measures leave something to be desired. Aside from the crash, what occurred in the ship's final moments? An incompetent captain and... Last question. Were there any contributing factors to the crash? Anything that might recontextualize what actually happened? Scuttling an entire freighter. Thanks to you, my report is complete. Here, something for your considerable help. Auntie's Choice seems to be inundated with its own problems, technical and personnel alike. We should have ample opportunity to use this for propaganda purposes. I am. If free market stations, but if the order fails in Arcadia, none of that will matter. I'm just making the most of what you gave me. Oh, I'd be happy to. Anyone willing to further the orders? Now I need to get the...
Latest contraband came in. Looked like quite the haul.
Can't chit-chat. I got a line on something big at the moment.
How are the informant lines treating you? Hear anything good?
Not terribly. My only fuel bound from Patriot Station is Golden Bridge.
Attention passenger. You are running 21,027.5 hours late for your train. Please be mindful of your departure in the future. Good subjects arrive 15 minutes early to avoid missing their train.
Looks like folks holed up here after the fighting started. Guess Guess not everybody was eager to take sides.
Day 206. Morale? Low. Condition? Feeble. Voucher mech. Watching. Always watching. Many have left for Matriarch's mercy, seeking refuge with the Order. The fools. Can't they see the Order is no different from the Protectorate? The Order won't...
Incessant muttering to one
We
side
got an
may
appointment to keep
disturb
at Matriarch's
fellow
mercy.
passengers.
Let's just
Further
hope we
conduct
don't get shelled
violations
too.
may warrant notification of the Sentinels.
Try it, you doddering rattletrap! Such threats compel me no longer. I now answer to no one. I've seen through the lies of both sides. In time, everyone will.
Unwarranted optimism may be a sign of a more serious imbalance. Please see a curativist before boarding.
Remedial differential. Adjust your schedule accordingly.
Please, somebody help us! Anybody, please! Finally, some help. We desperately need aid. Desperate. My family and I, we was making our way to the mer. Had to leave from. Please help us. Ain't nothing I can do for them, but you got weapon and medicine. I don't. Hurry, please. We must. Thank.
What's that? Get the order in. I'll take care of it, Commander.
Update on public.
Now you can, with asymptote bourbon, consistently rated the best from the Order of the Assistant. Leftover Spradwurst, wilted lettuce, spoiled mayonnaise.
Stranger, in light of the recent
So it was one of our bases that got hit. Well, I'm gonna be sick.
The presiding bishop sent you. Then I'd advise making for it post-haste. You'll find well, not certain about that last one anymore after the attack. The creatures are of the... They're both... They've also been known to pose as cultists, mad to the last...
All our efforts add to the equation.
I don't see anything else coming. Was it just the one?
Exactly what career you are meant for. Act now and receive prognostication from a secret. Absolutely free. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Tired of vacuously untrue statements with their unsatisfying antecedents?
Appreciate a little help, Commander.
Another refugee? All right, step forward. Just a moment. Allowing anyone into Matriarch's Mercy unprocessed will upset the precarious. We should have an opportunity for placement in approximately 7.85 days, presuming no unforeseen alterations. Oh, in that case, step right through.
I remember this place before the war. Functioning tramiculars. The peaceful silence of the canyons.
I can't recall the last time this region was silent. I swear, it's nigh on impossible to find decent animal remains in these parts.
Algorithm. And then we solve for the... apologies. Just catching up on a research assignment between queries. Yes, tip the app to show how the Crabble patties are made, as it were. That is, if the meat preparation involved a 90s... I am also on hand to answer queries by providing data supporting our actions. Though perhaps due to my central location, I am sure they bear... According to life outside sees increased risk of starvation, inclement weather. We have But if my data remains unconvincing, then back to it I shall...
How long are we meant to stay here?
That's the order. I'm not in the prediction business.
Commander, you got a minute to talk? I got some thoughts on this situation with the refugees. The number of folks seeking refuge from the war is, well, it's beyond what I expected. Andes may not be faring much better here, but we could at least find enough work for these folk to buy some food. I mean, we ain't gonna give up our cots for what could be the enemy. We're doing what we gotta do. It's a tough situation, that's all I'm saying. But if the Order can't even manage tens of folk at their doorstep, they ain't gonna manage much better should they win the war. I'd like to believe that. I went through this, and all they wanted in return was the signing of an employment contract. Now, I ain't seeing any contracts in Matriarch's Mercy. So what is the Order actually gaining by doing this? In all my years, I mean, I'd not have asked for your help with my graft if I didn't have something to offer in exchange. Well, maybe I misjudged. Anyhow, if the Order is in fact helping these folk with no hidden aims, then, well, appreciate you hearing me out.
My soup is nutritionally calculated to...
Reminds me of Tau Ceti right after the merger. Had to wait for my number to be called just to
The
get
meaning
rations
of
that I
life
can't.
is new. Apologies, outsider. As a vicar, I am usually tasked with guiding. You are, of course, free to stay to be enlightened by my lecture, but I don't need an abacus to predict your path lies elsewhere. Well, if it's in the displaced's best interests, I imagine I can find a moment. Yes. So I frequently launch into extended orations on everyone's favorite topic, math, and meticulously expatiate on our sex origins in the most rigorously pedantic detail. As I'm sure you've read, I am single-handedly making a difference here, with constructive pointers on efficient scheduling, lessons on Order history, plus some mathematics for a little added, perhaps some...
Shame what happened there. I seen the whole thing. Watch yourself if you intend to nose around that collapsed ramshackle. Oh yeah, Dwarf don't have proper building material or nothing. They just make do. Maybe if we interspersed our requests with numbers, they'd pay attention.
From the Order of the Ascendant.
Where do we go now? Another refugee camp? Another colony?
I predict
We're not going anywhere. Not on the basis of some.
Except for the fact that you do got a certain feral look in your eye, though. Okay. Mayhap, that's what. On account I object. Louder. More often than the rest. Those of us ended up here have very little except needs. I turned those into demands for reasons of clarity and impulse. I was once considered quite the up-and-comer in the department of happy as I am to make your acquaintance. I'm busy staking our claim over the exclusion zones. Screw their predictions. We have people. Displaced chance, not what. I couldn't get anywhere with Administrator Daggerwall, but maybe you'll have better luck. I got a pretty fancy gun I was issued back when I was a rising even the Order. For all of their logical Thanks, stranger. You can find Agarwal in the lift building. Probably formulating another
I have too much on my mind for idle numerical chit-chat.
Keep your lamps lit. Wherever there's trouble, there's always opportunists willing to profit from it.
Whatever you're selling, I am not in the black market for it.
Greetings. Or you're dealing with more of a stay off my palate or that's my air you're breathing sort of thing. Pray elucidate the exact nature of your tiff of contention. We offer a wide array of here in Matriarch's Mercy. If you're not a member of the Order, sort of thing tends to cause friction between neighbors. Would lead to fights, but no. It's the Order, so if you're now, how can I help you exactly? Ugh, a tour. Go on, get out of here. Scram.
You got business? No? Move on. You the fixer lent your aid to Agent Galloway? Don't suppose you got that crawling hibiscus she promised to sneak me up? Hello, hello. You're the one that aided us in availing Sub Rosa of a rather large shipment of Spectrum vodka, yes? Agent Galloway is slightly less trustful than most feral canids, so winning her over speaks volumes of your character. Consequently, I'm pleased to present you purchase access to my fine wares. It's fortunate you're no stranger to contraband. We stand that we'd like to make a good ton of bits on the war, and maybe expand our reach in the process. Beyond that, I'm not supposed to comment. But Sub Rosa consists primarily of ex-Anti's Choice and ex-Protectorate personnel. We've still got folks we care about out there. Complicates some of our feelings on the fighting. But if the fight, it's superb. Myself, I enjoy the thrills of the environ. Will the Order attempt to drive me out? Will Matriarch's Mercy be shelled? Shall I run out of new yes. Feast.
Real nervous about that explosion we saw when we landed, Commander. If this were deliberate.
Look, your nose was just a stand-in for Dwarf. I banged him up real good for you, didn't I? I won you one, right? Matters settled.
The void you did. Barely connected. You're thinking of 2-3 scraps ago. You've been mostly unconscious a while now.
You ought to doesn't like to look at us when we're all banged up. Said my face.
Oh, 2 of us? Ow. My noggin sure is sore.
How long are we meant to stay here?
Ask the Order. I'm not in the prediction business.
Friends, neighbors, while you shelter in Matriarch's mercy.
1,068.5 pardons, but my attention is presently 99.81% occupied, coordinating provisions and supplies for the. I have, as the over. You may not have noticed, but if I can help others in need with the great disruption that has occurred to their lives, my time is yours. You may peruse.
By the law. It's you. Oh, thank the architect you're finally here. I've scarcely breathed while hoping you'd come. I am in desperate need of your help. As a doctor, we don't have enough beds or private court. Of course, the Order. Yes, I can treat sickness as it arises. Since you asked, you can run this medicine to Horst Lambing. Just don't shake the man's hand. He has a habit of coughing into his palm when he covers it at all. You see, the Seers are members of the Order who recently, I feared the prediction was a fluke, but here you are, a dashing outsider standing before me. Strictly speaking, it isn't. Not yet. But the math is very, very, very good at predicting what is probably most likely extremely possible. In theory. Within a margin of error. Anyway, that is the Seer's business. My business is the health and welfare of this camp. Where to begin? There are so many sick and wounded in Matriarch's Mercy, and I have but 2. I am but a humble general practitioner. What I really need are specialists, and the Seer predicted an outsider would find them. My thanks, stranger. Probability is on the Seer gate. Now, take the datapad, with my thanks. How can I be of service? Since you aren't a refugee, I hope you understand.
What is it? I have 15 seconds of allotted time for non-specific discourse, so choose your words with expediency. Oh, don't tell me. You're here on behalf of the voice of the displaced, aren't you? Oh, May. This is about the exclusion zone, correct? I keep forgetting you're a newcomer and unfamiliar to these. The exclusion zone is a mere corner of Matriarch's. You see, the seer predicted that a calamity would befall the exclusion zone, warning that the barrier must not. But the ever-disruptive voice of the displaced is dead set on occupying the exclusion zone anyway, laughing in the face of certain peril. We don't know, and therein lies the frustration. The seer has further, and now the voice has involved you. How auspicious. Perhaps you are the outside mediator who was foretold. I believe only in the cold. The displaced want the exclusion zone. We want it kept off limits. With your seasoned perspective, perhaps the voice of the displaced. Any questions before you get started? Novice Seer Vicarage should have ample time to illuminate you on the orders according to predictions, yes. Or at least my interpretation of that. These are the data points many people. Scienticians around the settlement inform me you've made some. Have you spoken? Well then, if you need me in the meantime, I'll be here, up to my ocular organs and requests. Besides, to put it but with effort, patience, and collaboration. Good. As with probability, there is an art to mediation.
You're right. The universe does not
You have a very non-scholarly look about you.
I suppose I could spare 0.004% of my data.
Ah, you must be the, Earth Directorate agent I was told to expect. Your punctuality is commendable. Allow me to welcome you to Golden Ridge. I'm afraid I've no refreshments available, but can I interest you in a customary debate over decidability? Sensible. Straight to business, then. The presiding bishop sent word of your imminent arrival. However, pursuant to our normal standards of compartmentalization, she was scant on the details of your mission. That said, I've been instructed to assist you however I can. So, tell me, what brings you to Golden Ridge?
And leave Abbot Newell to be subjected to the...
Don't trouble yourself about Seer Wiley. He's here as my aide. I trust him implicitly. Now, you were saying? Since losing access to the archive, the Order has been forced to limit its open exchange of ideas and information to avoid contaminating what few predictions we can still make.
We don't use that word. Prophecy. Our predictions are strictly a matter of
The archive is a vast network of computation. But listen to me prattling on. I'm sure you aren't here for it to freeze. Landon, do you?
I don't generally concern myself with passers through. If this DeVries was not a member of the Order, then it's unlikely we ever exchanged mats. Victor Clemens, some kind of radical. What an absurd notion.
I must agree with my seer. I once watched Victor shed copious tears over a damaged datapad. It's difficult to imagine him capable of worse. And that may well be true. But our standard of proof within the Order is not normally met by hearsay alone. Victor's currently supervising highly experimental research at one of our labs to the northwest, the Enray Range, beyond the invaders' front lines. Unfortunately, you'll need to go through the decommissioned autonomous extractorium to reach it. That path is less than safe, so I advise caution.
What business is it of yours?
Let's not be unfriendly. The agent's only curious. Obviously, Victor's work has something to do with Enrays, but beyond that, I haven't a clue. More of that pesky compartmentalization, I'm afraid. Besides the highly caustic Zeranium River and the Mantisaurs, we've also received reports of mad cultists in the area. It does make me wonder why Victor decided to stay. Victor is dedicated. Single-minded, one could say. I've always thought highly of his analytical skills as a researcher, less so his social ones, perhaps. Loath as I am to admit it, there may be some merit to your worries over a conspiracy within the Order, whether Victor is involved or not. As my predecessor would remind me, denying unpleasant facts is not good science. I would be remiss if I failed to support an investigation. No doubt you heard of the recent attack launched on that Auntie's Choice base, Outpost Opportunity. It came from one of our facilities, the Zeranium Manufactory. But that facility is intended for research, not military action. I hate thinking an Order member responsible, but given the precision of the attack, it does suggest traitors in our midst. It would undoubtedly benefit both of us to root them out.
Respectfully, Scholar, given current tensions, should we really be trusting such a delicate task to this stranger? Would an internal review of our ranks not be more appropriate? Choosing levity at a moment like this is only further evidence of...
I don't dispute the need for discretion, my friend. But the presiding bishop made the determination to send the agent to us. Moreover, our situation is growing increasingly dire. I can't overstate my fears concerning this most recent attack ending the ceasefire and reigniting the war in Golden Ridge. One more thing. Your investigation into the traitors takes precedence. But if you could also render aid at Outpost Opportunity on our behalf, such a gesture might preserve the peace. Most assuredly not. It would eliminate the entire point of the ceasefire. Please.
And here I was under...
He's got us there, Commander.
At any rate, I trust whatever's uncovered over the course of this investigation. I'm here. Seer Wiley and I will conduct our own inquest into these traitors you've met. Illuminating the path to true erudition is an abbot's moral...
A calling for those with a greater than average talent for mathematics and computation, particularly in the field of predictive analysis. Yes.
Seer Wiley is being too modest about his contributions. Many in the Order rely on Seers for their indispensable counsel. I myself would be lost without mine. Oh, without... Why, Matriarch's Mercy would not be the refuge it is without his predictions shepherding its development. Not if you consider the alternative. Its absence would be far more catastrophic. That is a statue of the Matriarch. Regrettably.
Oh.
Haha, good news indeed. Oh, you really must...
Speak to Abbot Newell if you've more queries.
You're right. The universe does not orient itself toward fairness. Allow me to welcome you to Golden Ridge. I'm afraid... That said, I've been instructed to assist you however I can. So, tell me, Victor? Oh, yes, Archivist Clemens. Quite the mind. Such encyclopedic knowledge of engineering. One could almost Such a statement implies the opposite is also true.
Victor Clemens.
I must agree with my seer. I once watched Victor shed copious tears over a damaged datapad. It's difficult to imagine him capable of and that may... Unfortunately, you'll need to go through the decommissioned autonomous... besides the highly caustic Serenium River and the Mantisaurs, we've also received reports of mad cultists in the area. It does make me want... Victor... As my predecessor would remind me, denying unpleasant facts is not good science. I would be remiss if I failed to support an investigation. No doubt you...
Respectfully, Scholar, given current tensions, should we really... Earth Directorate Agent is just a title. I'd seek to know who you are beyond that bit of headline.
I don't dispute the need. Moreover, one more thing. Your investigation into the traitors takes precedence. But if you could also render aid at Outpost Opportunity on our behalf, such a gesture might preserve the... Most assuredly not! It would eliminate the entire point of the ceasefire. I knew I could rely upon you. Here, take this writ. Seer Wiley and I will conduct our own inquest into these traitors you've mentioned, illuminating the path to true Rift worshippers, spouting inane theories. They began showing up prior to the invasion. That regret... Oh, haha, good news indeed.
A calling for those with a greater than average talent for mathematics.
Seer Wiley is being too modest about his contributions. Many in the Order rely on Seers for their indispensable counsel. I myself would be lost without mine. Both, I should hope. We've been collaborating for many years. Why, Matriarch's Mercy would not be the refuge it is without his predictions, Shepard. Not if you consider the alternative.
Welcome back. Any luck enlisting help?
You're right. The universe does not orient itself toward fairness. But it's...
Allow me to welcome you to Golden Reach. I'm afraid I've no refreshments available, but can I interest... Sensible. That said, I've been instructed to assist you however I can. So, tell me, what brings you to Golden Reach? Since losing access to the archive, we don't use the but listen to me prattling on. I'm sure you aren't here for a history lesson. DeVries. Landon.
I don't generally concern myself with passers through. If this DeVries was not a member of the Order, then it's unlikely we ever exchanged mats.
You've just described...
What does an Earth Directorate agent want with Archivist Clemens? Victor
I must agree with my seer. I once watched Victor shed copious... And that... Victor's... Unfortunately, you'll need to go through the decommissioned autonomous extractorium to reach it. That path is less than safe, so I advise caution.
What bit?
Besides the highly caustic Serenium River and the Mantisaurs, we've also received reports of... Victor is low. As my predecessor would remind me, denying unpleasant facts is not good science. No doubt you...
Respectfully, Scholar, given current tensions, should we really be trusting such a delicate task to this stranger? Would an internal review of our ranks, not Earth Directorate Agent, is just a title?
One more thing. Your investigation into the traitors takes precedence. Most assuredly not. It would eliminate the entire point of the ceasefire. Please convey that fact to whomever you... I knew I... Here. Seer Wiley and I will conduct our own inquest, illuminating the path to true erudition. Rift worshippers spouting inane theories. They began, regrettably, at... Oh. Haha, good news indeed.
A calling for those with a greater than average talent for mathematics and...
Seer Wiley is being too modest about his contributions.
Oh, yeah? Is now a good time?
No, it's not like that at all. In fact...
I won't trouble our good agent here with the exact...
I dread the day your immeasurable talent finally propels you into... Oh, without... Why, Matriarch's Mercy would not be the refuge it is without his predictions shepherding its development. Both, I should hope. Welcome back. Anything I can do to assist you? Oh, of course. What would you like to discuss? Apart from providing them sustenance, shelter, and scientific ministry, you mean? Need I remind you, Arcadia is at war. This is what war looks like, I'm afraid. The Order is operating within a... I haven't the wish to debate you on this any... Yes, what have you discovered? No updates on my side. Anything I can do to assist you? Oh, of course. What would you like? But we are providing for merely a precaution against calamity. Yes, the plan can seem quite No updates on my side of things. Anything I can do to assist you? Yes, what have you discovered?
I pleasantly anticipated this exact moment. Well then, I read that you'd have questions about our predictive methods, correct? Why I, for instance, have availed my engagement is admittedly rather low, but at least one member of the camp reports he has benefited from them greatly. I believe if my own humble assertions are not enough, I trust his attestations would convince you. And perhaps other members of the True. Regrettably, this is Matriarch's... The Department of Predictive Analysis provide weekly prognostics reports and personalized order predictions to help steer our followers' paths. The department, of course, predictions have grown more difficult with the loss of the archive. The former, regrettably, I have built up a bit of a... I foresee... My weekly prognostic report hinted at our past or pending interaction.
Where to first, Commander? Henry Range, uranium manufactory, or outpost opportunity?
Yes. Farewell.
What happened to this place? Lord. Matriarch's Mercy is no safer than the trenches.
Look on the bright side.
A visitor? Hello. Granted, suppose that means you're not a threat. So that's good, right? Yeah. First time, just after lunch, Wynn picked up on the... Sure. Think my co-occupant Ike had a POP done, had told him avoid liquid. End of the day, I'm still here, and my co-occupant Ike isn't. So, I guess them prognostications work well enough. I don't know.
Oh.
Yes, well, our esteemed outsider.
They say you asked around. Listen to folks. That's a good start, at least.
Speaking as a mediator, I leave the fate of the exclusion zone in your capable hands.
I'm all ears, mediator.
I understand he is rather...
Yeah, anyhow. What was the good doctor's diagnosis? I'm not convinced. Resources are one.
Collapse.
I'm guessing you're saying this wasn't an official structure. More of a hastily assembled, precariously built shanty. People are struggling.
I'm aghast these structures weren't built following established order construction guidelines. The what now?
When grievances between...
That is unproductive is one thing. Paid don't speak on them.
Did he also happen to mention they were needlessly oblique and vague?
Quite right.
I don't know. You ask me? When it comes to these order predictions, there's a lot of room between a probable and... You actually got the Provisioner to give you the time.
Ah, yes. I sometimes forget Provisioner Plotnik is also assigned to minding the displaced's needs. Her role is largely proactive, while mine is reactive.
Fair enough. The Order does keep us refugees fed. You mean that missionary type who's always talking at everybody instead of to them?
Mathematics is the hidden language.
I haven't heard that much shirt.
By my?
Sounds to me like your sympathies lie with the Order. But I'll let you say so before I go leaping to any conclusions.
Are we to have a stalemate for the rest?
You sure about this? I mean, talk about wasted effort on your part. Well.
Surprisingly unsatisfying as well. For once, the predict...
Chin up, admit it.
Well, I'd say our business is concluded.
DeVries said the grand plan made her do it, huh? Jeez, kinda preachy. Keep it in the monastery, lady.